specific to fire resilience across our district. This school also benefits from air sensors, but next generation air sensors that determine not only noxious and particulate matter in the air, but also wind speed and direction, being able to determine the appropriateness of environmental conditions specific to air quality in this school. Now imagine that network of air quality detection, analysis, and control being a reality across all of Los Angeles. That is happening. In fact, Los Angeles Unified will deliver to our community the most sophisticated and expansive air control network currently in existence. We are making incredible improvements in terms of HVAC units, filter replacements, capital investments across every single school in Los Angeles Unified based on what we learned right here at Marquez Elementary. None of this would be possible without the support of our community. What the voters approved about a year ago, the $9 billion general obligation measure, Measure US, is currently fueling these projects across Los Angeles Unified. So 1 year later, we celebrate the resilience, the power of this community. We also celebrate the determination and the promise made by Los Angeles Unified. With that said, let me bring up to the mic the board member who so valiantly has led, spoken about, and delivered big for this community and for the entirety of Los Angeles Unified. School Board Member Nick Melvoin, who so ably represents District 4.
Thank you, Superintendent, and thank you for your steadfast leadership and partnership in rebuilding the Palisades. There has never been any daylight between the Superintendent and my office and the elected officials of the Palisades, and it's a privilege to work with you on this important effort. Thank you all for being here today, and I also want to thank this group of champions that are assembled with us. I know you'll have an opportunity to speak to some of them for media availability, but we have Carlos Torres, the Executive Director of our Office of Environmental Health and Safety, Dr. Denise Collier, the Superintendent of our Region North. We have Dr. Smita Malhotra, Chief Medical Officer of LA Unified. Allison Holdorf-Polhill, my District Director, who I'll mention in a minute. We have Dr. Pam McGee, the Executive Director of Palisades Charter High School. And as I'm saying this, I have to say, you start to feel inadequate with just a law degree, with all these doctors here. I also want to just thank in absentia the Principal of Marquez, Principal Timmerman, Principal of Palisades Elementary, Juliet Herman, and also, and I'll mention this briefly in my remarks, but the principals of the co-located schools that so graciously hosted our school communities after the fires, Principal Lasnover of Norris Sterry and Principal Brunson of Brentwood Science. We have, of course, our Superintendent, Sadie Jefferson, Executive Director of the LA Unified Foundation, who has done so much great work for our families and faculty and staff. Christina Tokes, our Chief Facilities Executive, who you'll hear from after me about these incredible projects. And then Pedro Salcido, our Deputy Superintendent of Business and Operations. Here this morning, I was reminded of so many memories that I have at this campus. As a kid, driving through the Palisades as I grew up just a few minutes away, being so envious of the ocean view. How many schools can say that? As a new school board member coming here on a Saturday afternoon early in my tenure for a Booster Club fundraiser where this actually lower yard was covered in food trucks, coming to see plays and classroom visits, meeting with parents in the library about a speed bump project, a speed hump installation that we were doing out here. We're not going to take that as a sign. We're going to put those back up just as evidence of the resilience of the last year. And thinking about the last year, I know there was some poetry to that. But of course, I remember being here the morning of January 8th when the superintendent and I stood here while the campus was still on fire. And you can see the pictures there, but the Marquez Auditorium was still burning when the superintendent and I were here early that morning. And I start with these memories because 1 year after the devastating fire that took so much from this community, we are still here. on this campus where students have been learning for a few months now, where the Marquez mosaic up in that picture was saved thanks to the effort of parents and district staff, including Ms. Tokes, and where rebuilding is already underway. And from that very first day, which I remember vividly, sitting in my office downtown, watching the smoke roll in, and Allison on my team was at home just 5 minutes from here receiving an evacuation order. From January 7th, our guiding principle at LA Unified was simple: take care of our kids, their families, and their educators. In fact, even before January 7th, on January 3rd of last year, heeding warnings about dangerous winds and extreme fire conditions, the district proactively announced the temporary relocation of Topanga Elementary School to Woodland Hills Academy, avoiding a catastrophic evacuation the day of the fires. Then on January 7th, within 90 minutes of seeing smoke, Marquez Elementary, Palisades Elementary, and Paul Revere were safely evacuated. A few hours later, almost all of this campus, Pali Elementary, and about 30% of Pali High were gone. That very next morning, as I mentioned, the superintendent and I were here assessing damage, identifying risks, and determining next steps. And I remember, Superintendent, our conversation, we talked about the stakes. At a moment when faith in government and public institutions was at historic lows, we knew we had to deliver for our families. And in my time on this board, I've seen that it's often the worst situations that bring out the very best in our public school system. And that's why one of our first priorities was keeping school communities together, reuniting students with their teachers, their principals, and their peers as quickly as possible. And that wasn't just a logistical decision. It was because we knew that seeing familiar faces and former routines was a form of healing. And so within a week, thanks to the effort of many of the people behind me, including Dr. Collier, who was working literally every hour of every day for that first week, we had relocated Marquez and Pali Elementary students with their school communities at Norris Sterry and Brentwood Science, respectively. And over the following weeks, with at least daily, if not twice daily, phone calls and Zooms with the Pali High leadership, we were working with their school community to get them into the old Sears building, which I also saw on my way here this morning, Pali High South. We then quickly enlisted the support of the Army Corps of Engineers to prioritize debris removal at our school sites, allowing us to begin assembling this temporary campus and to begin rebuilding as soon as we could. And over the months that followed, the district held more than 30 community engagement meetings, listening, answering hard questions, and staying accountable. And as a result, as you heard from the superintendent, my colleagues on the Board of Education joined me in approving more than $600 million to rebuild Marquez Elementary, Palisades Elementary, and Pali High School. And I want to thank our community and the voters who helped pass Measure US just last year, or the year prior, to allow us to do this in record time. And today, you can see through these posters, the plans are drawn and the community is already seeing tangible progress on our campuses. And urgency matters, because we aren't just rebuilding campuses for the next 100 years, we are serving children who only have a few years left in elementary school or high school. And that's why over the past year, the district has acted with focus and speed, using every opportunity to shave off time while still doing the work safely and transparently. The rebuilding is underway, and our goal, as you heard, is clear: to return to permanent campuses in 2028, and our hope is for that fall semester. But rebuilding is about more than just buildings. It's also about supporting a community that went through something unimaginable. That meant creating moments of joy and normalcy when people needed them most. Things like the Disney days for students at the elementary schools, a Pali High graduation at the Hollywood Bowl with Billy Crystal and Pali High alum Steve Kerr. Those moments mattered. They reminded our students that even in loss, they are seen and they are valued. Safety and trust have also been central to this work. The district has conducted extensive environmental testing, expanded air quality monitoring, and committed to transparency at every step. And I want to again thank Superintendent Carvalho and the entire LA Unified team, facilities, environmental health, transportation, school leaders, and staff who work tirelessly, often while navigating their own trauma. I want to thank our families for their patience and trust, and I especially want to thank our students whose resilience continues to inspire all of us. And I want to just take a moment of personal privilege to thank Allison in particular. Allison Holdorf-Polhill, my district director for 8 years, is a pillar of this Palisades community. And despite losing her own home a year ago, focused relentlessly on supporting our students and families and getting kids what they needed. Her house is already framed, 2 stories with windows. I just drove by it on my way here. It's a powerful symbol of the resilience of the Palisades community. It's a community I am so privileged to represent. And I want to make a clear commitment today that even when the cameras aren't here, even when press attention has left the Palisades, our focus will be here. We will honor that promise not just this year, for as long as it takes to rebuild and get the community back to a sense of normalcy. So standing here today back at Marquez is proof of what's possible when a community and its public institutions act with urgency, compassion, and resolve. And this community is resilient, it is rebuilding, and it will continue to thrive as we are Pali strong. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Nick. I'd like to bring up now 2 individuals, and they can come up together. Christina Tokes, who is our Chief Facilities Executive, is responsible not only for the implementation of the multi-billion-dollar bond program across Los Angeles Unified, but certainly from the very beginning, she's been leading in a very, very forceful and critical way this rebuilding project across these 3 campuses. Alongside Dr. Christina Tokes, Dr. Smita Malhotra, who is our Chief Medical Officer. Rebuilding facilities is important, but rebuilding trust and managing the emotional turmoil that both workforce and students alike have gone through is more important. And Dr. Malhotra has been leading those efforts. Ladies.
Good morning. I wanted to thank our LAUSD board, Nick Melvoin, and also Superintendent Carvalho and his entire leadership team for their leadership, steady direction, and support throughout this extraordinary complex recovery. When you come to this site and understand that we were able to bring students back within less than 9 months of the fire, Palisades High School with over 2,000 students will be returning in about 2 weeks' time. This is a very complex undertaking, and it took a tremendous amount of unity across our LAUSD team and also from the city, the county, the state, and at the federal level to be able to do what we did today and celebrate all of our accomplishments so that we can support this community. I wanted to just talk about a little bit about the vision for how we're rebuilding, and that these schools are not being rebuilt to yesterday's standards or even the standards of when they burned down, but the wildfire conditions that we now live with. And so from the earliest design stages, wildfire resiliency has been treated as a core requirement and not an add-on. This is something that LAUSD prides itself, as we know that we're planning for future generations, and the design of what we're doing needs to be in place for decades to come. So I can talk more later about all of the site planning strategies that we're taking in place to make sure that the $600 million investment is here for families, not only now when they return, but for the foreseeable future. I also want to just thank the community who has been with us as we have had a series of very thoughtful community engagements with our architects, our contractors, about what this community is. We know that schools are the heart of our community, and we are so honored that we're able to design this with them and provide this place for our students and family. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Malhotra.
Thank you, Christina. I'm Dr. Smita Malhotra, Chief Medical Officer for LAUSD. In the months following a crisis, recovery, as we know, doesn't happen all at once. It happens over time and through 3 main things: connection, routines, and trusted relationships. So our mental health supports for our schools reflect a comprehensive, trauma-informed approach that supports students, staff, and families at all levels. For students, that includes individual and group counseling, classroom-based social emotional learning support, and mental health support woven into the school day. And for staff, it means consultation, wellness supports, and trauma-informed guidance for our educators and staff to support our students. And for parents and caregivers, it includes ongoing communication, support, and community events where they can be involved in the wellness of their child. Healing requires trust, and that is built through patience and presence and connection. And that commitment is reflected in our investment that is not just for the short term, as we know, healing is long term. Our long-term investment is seen in our funding of full-time psychiatric social workers for all of our schools supporting our students and our community. It's also seen in our strengthened partnerships, and that is with Children's Hospital Los Angeles, the National Center for School Crisis and Bereavement, who have been providing support for our families on talking to their students and for our staff on supporting students, through Cedars-Sinai, who's been providing art therapy and specialized support for our students, as well as the Kids Mental Health Foundation, who's provided social emotional learning for our students. And so our long-term investment is not just for recovery, right? It's for renewal. We're building something even better than before. And at LAUSD, we want our schools to be not just places of learning, but places where our students and families find hope, support, and connection. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to say a few words in Spanish, and then there are additional individuals who are behind me, obviously. Sadie Jefferson so ably leads our foundation. And I mentioned the foundation because the foundation quickly, a very, very young and very new foundation, but quickly established a compassion fund to support not only workforce members who were deeply impacted by the fire, some of them losing their homes, but also families, children, their families who lost their homes or were impacted by the fires. The Compassion Fund then stepped up to support immigrant families also with legal protection and support. So it is critically important for the community to know that beyond the school system, there is this entity that provides support, guidance, and love to those in need in our community. Carlos Torres was mentioned. If you have questions about the additional steps, measures, and investments we've made in terms of soil testing, air quality controls, these types of investments, I would encourage you to speak with him. I'd like to bring up, right after I make my words, my comments in Spanish, Dr. McGee, who's the executive director at Palisades High, for one simple reason. The other two principals would have been here as well, but our school year is still in recession. Our students and workforce are still on vacation until this coming Monday, but their school is already open. So she'll make some comments about how things are going at the Sears site. Hoy celebramos el primer aniversario de los incendios que de una forma muy terrible impactaron la comunidad de Palisades. Nuestro sistema escolar fue impactado de una forma muy dura. 3 planteles escolares, incluyendo la primaria de Márquez, la primaria de Palisades y Palisades High School, fueron muy impactados de una forma muy, muy severa. Y es por eso que hoy estamos celebrando no solamente una inversión de más de $600 millones para reconstruir, para traer esperanza para esta comunidad, para honrar el sacrificio y el dolor que los miembros de esta comunidad sufrieran, pero también demostrar la determinación y la promesa hecha por la Junta Escolar, no solamente con una inversión, pero también una promesa de reconstruir las escuelas de una forma adecuada, necesaria, pero también de una forma muy rápida. También estamos muy comprometidos con esta comunidad para asegurar que todos los recursos necesarios para nuestros niños y nuestra fuerza laboral existen aquí en este momento para apoyar a las personas más impactadas por estos incendios sin precedente en nuestra comunidad. Me siento muy agradecido al liderazgo de la Junta Escolar, al apoyo de nuestro gobernador, el señor Newsom, a las entidades estatales y locales, porque han proporcionado las medidas necesarias para una reconstrucción muy rápida. La próxima semana empezamos el segundo semestre de este año escolar con una nueva esperanza y optimismo, considerando lo que hemos logrado durante este año pasado. Hoy estamos repitiendo que una promesa hecha es siempre una promesa cumplida. And now I'd like to bring up to the mic Principal Executive Director Dr. Pamela McGee.
There are so many people that I want to thank today, and you've heard reference to so many. And I'm here without a list, but I will tell you, everyone behind me, from Superintendent Carvalho, our board district representative Nick Melvoin, and Allison, and everyone have been so incredibly supportive of Palisades Charter High School. I think it's important for me to say Palisades Charter High School because, as an independent charter school, it's not always the case that our school and our district work so closely together, but I am just overwhelmed with gratitude for the constant support that has been shown for our school and for our families, our teachers, all of our administrators and staff. It's been like nothing I've ever seen. And I've been with Pali High since 2011, so I have a little bit of experience in that area. And there just aren't words to express my gratitude for the angels who have lifted us up and been with our school. I have to also, of course, thank our board, our elected board of trustees for Palisades Charter High, and to the state. Governor Newsom and his team have also been with us every step of the way to make sure that we had a place for our students to come back to school, that they weren't being subjected to online learning if that wasn't their choice, that they had a place to be in person. Again, these were the kids who had all gone through COVID and had already been subjected to all of the mental health trauma that we know that has brought on a whole generation of individuals. So I'm just here with pride and gratitude and love for all that people have done for our organization, and just really excited for the return to school. We have a slight delay, but again, all of that was to make sure everything was safe and that we had those tests back and that we could show those to our community. And as we go back into our school that we all love so much, that's been refreshed and renewed, and we're looking forward to new construction on our site, that we can look every student, every parent, every teacher in the eye and say, it's safe to be here at Pali High and we welcome you back. So thank you to everyone, and looking forward to seeing you at Pali High when we open in 2 weeks.
Thank you. All right, I think it's appropriate before your questions to bring up the only person behind me who actually lost her home. You heard her mentioned before by board member Melvoin. Allison is an integral force of our school system, but she's also a resident. And when these fires started, she was someone who, much like many in this community, lost it all. And she can detail for you the progress that has taken place, not only in these schools, but also with her.
Wow. I'm going to try not to cry and to get through this, but I could not be prouder of LA Unified and Pali High. I feel like I'm exactly where I should be. Standing on this campus that was built 9 months after Marquez Elementary was leveled to the ground is miraculous. And we have over 130 kids here. We did lose our home of 30 years in the Alphabets at 1046 Iliff. We have a frame, we have windows that are in. Our doors will be going in next week. But I will say the district beat me to it. And I think working with the district is the reason why I was so hopeful. My kids that I had raised in our home are young adults. And my job was to help our community. And seeing all of those parents with young kids who didn't have time to grieve on their own and had to be strong for their kids, and knowing that within 6 days they had been relocated with every single teacher and every single principal was amazing. I know that our schools are cornerstones, and I wish I was exaggerating, but the team behind us and our LA Unified School District acting as one unit immediately a 7-0 decision of every single publicly elected school board member with my boss, Nick Melvoin, who I love and adore, who's a father of a brand new baby, working 24/7 to make sure that every single student was taken care of. And the district has acted with a unifying goal of getting everyone together. So it brings me great joy, and it brings great joy to our community as a whole, even those of us whose kids have graduated, for our young adults, for the seniors in this community who unfortunately cannot rebuild. They went straight into senior assisted living, which was very traumatic. The district is bringing a lot of hope. So I appreciate all this coverage. Even though I built my house, I don't want people to misunderstand that I'm literally one of the pioneers. Maybe there's 60 homes or 100 homes out of 7,000 structures that have a frame. There's so many people that are still just rising up and lifting their heads up to figure out if they can pencil it out with their insurance or if they have the fortitude to come back. So thank you for keeping a spotlight on our community. Appreciate that.
All right. Any questions about any topic that we may not have addressed? Are we going to? We're going to start there with the microphone and go down that way. Okay.
This is Jo Kwan with Spectrum News 1. I wanted to ask, out of the 3 schools, how many students are typically enrolled there, and how many, obviously with being displaced and being at other places, being forced to, how many students are expected to return to these campuses?
So I'm going to ask Dr. Denise Collier, Regional Superintendent. She can tell you specifically the current enrollment at the 3 schools, what the capacity at the schools is, but as well as what the enrollment was prior to the fires. Obviously, suffice it to say that as a result of the fires, people relocated. Some found options closer to where they're currently living. But what we've learned, based on the community town hall meetings that Nick Melvoin addressed, is that people have an absolute determination and intention of returning to their community. And obviously, when they return, they expect the schools to be open. Some are taking advantage of schools that are closer to where they currently live. But Denise?
Thank you. So Palisades Elementary School had over 400 students the day of the fire, and right now they have over 300 students. And at Marquez, where you're standing, there's over 130 students, but before the fires, there were 300 students. Thank you.
And for Palisades Charter High School, so we were at roughly 2,900 before the fire. Currently, we're sitting at about 2,500.
Brittany Hope with NBCLA. Can we just clarify some of the timelines? I know that Marquez was here and we were here in September on that awesome day. Pali High going back in 2 weeks. What is the plan right now for Palisades Charter Elementary? And for all 3 of the campuses, I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly, is that goal fall 28 for all 3?
So fall of 28 for both Palisades Elementary and Marquez. Pali High will be returning, as you correctly said, within 2 weeks, back to their original site. On your way out, down the hill, you can actually capture some images of the temporary campus that we positioned on flat surface that existed in the school. So the school is ready. From a physical infrastructure perspective, we've spent quite a bit of time at the 2 sites, both here in Marquez as well as Pali High, on soil testing, water quality, and air quality. And we wanted to make sure that we would not take actions that would bring workforce and students back until such time as those conditions met the thresholds established by us to ensure that everything is safe. But as I stated earlier, and Board Member Melvoin echoed, the timelines envisioned are fall of 2028. However, I believe we can do better. And we will take full advantage of the flexibilities established by the state. We'll put internal pressures on our own processes to expedite the work. And I would love to beat that expect the timeline of fall of 2028 and envision a scenario where sometime mid-2028 becomes a reality for these two schools.
And a follow-up to that, the enrollment numbers are really encouraging and are higher than I think a lot of people thought maybe. What is your message to some families who are still hesitant with a lot of the homes that are standing? A lot of them are still toxic to be inside because of the toxins, and that's what we've been hearing, some concerns there. I know you touched on safety, but if you can reiterate that, because here, like with this campus, there are a lot of homes that are still
sure. So I will ask you a question. Thank you for asking it again, but I'll ask Carlos Torres to also come up. That is his expertise. First of all, we went overboard in terms of deploying advanced systems of air detection to ensure that the conditions would be appropriate to bring students and staff back to the Marquez campus. By the way, weeks before we brought students and staff back, the conditions were already appropriate. We recognize some of the pollutants that are still a reality in homes in this community that were destroyed by the fires. That is not the condition here at Marquez, will not be the condition at Pali Elementary, and certainly is not the condition at Pali High. The deployment of these air sensors that we have invested a considerable amount of funding into is to ensure, not only in this school, but across all of Los Angeles. I want to be clear about this. The fire damaged homes and schools here, but the effect of the fires was felt throughout our entire community. There was ash and particulate matter and noxious fumes that permeated the entire community, which told us, number one, the systems that currently previously existed at the city and county level were inadequate to accurately predict, detect, and report air conditions, considering the elements at play at that time. Remember, 3, 4, at 1.5 different fires wrapped around hurricane force winds that spread the smoke, ash, particulate matter, and noxious fumes across areas of Los Angeles far away from where the fires were active. That told us we needed to do something. So the investments we made are not only for the protection of these communities here in the Palisades, but also across Los Angeles Unified. To specifically address the other points, Carlos?
So our focus was primarily to conduct comprehensive environmental testing for every campus, for all 3 campuses. A lot of times folks would be doing a sampling just in places, and then they do cleanup. Our focus was not only just to do the assessment, but to do cleanup everywhere. So we didn't test first and then determine where there were issues. We cleaned everything, and full industrial cleaning, environmental cleanups of every single campus. This campus in particular, obviously there was new portable buildings. They were even sampled because they were on campus for months as they were being built. And so we did assessments of those as we did at Pali High School. And so that focus was really to make sure that we knew that this school and this community was safe. The other aspect I want to focus in on is our Know Your Network, which is already was in place across LA Unified, but we've made changes to it and upgrades to it to reflect the needs of things that we found during this tremendous fire that occurred in January. What we learned from that is that we needed to be better at determining what type of particulate matter was out there, the weather conditions as well. And so what we have here, even at Marquez, we have 3 sensors. At Pali High, we have 4 sensors. And they don't only just tell us what's going on during environmental conditions like fires and such, but they will also tell us whether or not something's going on in the community. So there's been a lot of conjecture, a lot of concern about when people start building their homes, which is a great thing, but is it going to cause environmental factors or environmental problems at our schools? And so our Know Your Network, with a fence line monitoring system, if you will help us determine whether or not something's coming on. Days like this, it's beautiful, it's clean, the air is really clean, but I can verify that by looking at our network, which is open to the public as well. Thank you.
That is an important point. You can actually go online and look at the conditions in this school, other schools across the district. But with the next generation monitors, you'll see real time what is happening here. And the point that Mr. Torres made is critically important. As construction continues, this system will actually inform the neighborhood as to what the air quality and what the conditions are for the benefit of the community itself. Next question.
Superintendent, you spoke about red tape being cut in order for you to be here today, and with achieving expedited progress. Can you specifically talk about what LA County has done and what the state of California has done in order for you to be here today and talk about this progress?
I'll tee up part of my answer, and I will ask Christina Tokes to join again. Let me begin with an entity that we have not mentioned. The Army Corps of Engineers probably enabled the expedited way in which we arrived at the point we are at today more than any other entity. I can tell you that the governor pushed for the prioritization of school sites, and the Army Corps of Engineers responded in a very adequate way. So our sites were cleared, cleaned, in advance of any other area in the Palisades. That was a terrific boost to the expedited process that we were envisioning. As to permitting, inspections, timelines, review of projects, which are all the elements that usually delay projects, I'll ask Ms. Stokes to join me, please.
Good morning. So I can give a couple of very specific examples that let us accelerate our construction schedule beyond what our typical construction schedule is. We had tremendous support with the state of California. We go as a educational agency to the state for our building permits and not the city. They were able to shave their review times by more than 50%. So we are able to get much quicker expedited permits for all of the design work that we're doing, also ensuring that we're still up to current code. As I was saying, fire code, climate resiliency, all of that, we're still meeting with their expedited review timelines. Also, this project was exempt from CEQA, allowing us to be able to also start construction earlier. We understand that CEQA is important, but as these are really emergency measures, the declaration allowed us to be exempt from CEQA. Also, our county and other utility partners, you can see the tremendous electrical infrastructure that went into this campus. DWP was an incredible partner at expediting the electrical hookups, the water hookups, that allowed us to just do this campus as well as our other campuses. So those are a couple of examples from both our other agency partners and our other public agencies that allow us to cut our time frame in almost a half.
Thank you. And folks, by the way, it takes a lot more to build a school, even a temporary school, than to build a private home. The inspection process, the permitting process is much more rigorous than to build a home. And I make that point just to exemplify, if we were able to do this, there's absolutely no reason as to why the Palisades as a
It is Monday. It is Monday, January 6th. The sun has come out for the first time in a while. We had quite a storm series go through California and the West Coast, and that is now winding down. The Pacific Northwest, you get back into more rain the next couple of days. Maybe a little bit up around Crescent City, but we'll look at the computer models coming up. The snowfall, impressive to say the least. This is Mount Shasta. Avalanche danger, a thing right now. I talked to Bill Hudson yesterday. There was, unfortunately, a fatality yesterday up near Truckee at Castle Peaks. It was a snowmobiler. But the snow, 2 to 3 feet of snow, even less in some places, fell on an icy layer. And that's what we talked about a lot last week, too, with that last warm plug of moisture that came through a few days ago, followed by a much colder, lower snow elevation, creates a weak layer. So the slipping is not good. I talked to folks at Palisades, and they said, yeah, that's their number one priority, today and for the next few days just to make sure everything's safe. But yesterday I was told by someone out skiing, Bill Hudson, and he said, yeah, he goes, it was slippy. He goes, all over the place. So be careful if you're out on the hill. Stay in bounds, most definitely. Mammoth Mountain's reporting 4 feet of snow. I checked the 8-station index. Well, that's kind of interesting, isn't it? I guess he's blowing the roof. I checked the 8-station index in the rivers in Northern California. It's over 150% of average for this time of year. We are going into an extended dry period. I know, which is going to be interesting, and I'll show you that coming up in the computer models. In the meantime, we got a lot to talk about. That was a good storm series. That's what California does. Was it an atmospheric river? No. It was a fueled by subtropical moisture series of weather systems, but that was it. This is Mammoth, like I said, and again, lots of coverage on the mountain today. This is Pacifica. We have a high tide this afternoon, or mid-morning, early afternoon. The king tides have minimized. They're coming down. They're still above average and below average. You know, they kind of takes a while for for the orbit of the Earth and the Moon to change, all right, and the Sun to kind of adjust so that the tides get back to a more typical flow. We will see the swell coming up on Wednesday and Thursday, and with that, a high tide, above average high tide, and then increasing swell. That can always be an issue. So avalanche is a thing. Be safe. We did get rain over the last few days, but it was manageable rainfall. I put in the rainfall over the last 7 days, and you can see the areas that got the most. You had more at your house. I had to put in like everything over like 2 inches, so otherwise you'd get just too many numbers. But you see in the Santa Cruz Mountains, you guys up there, I know most of you, it feels like I do, 10 inches of rain. That's to you over 7 days. That's super manageable for you guys. The west slope of the Sierra Nevada, half foot of rain. You see the reds right up around Redding. Redding, you guys are just killing up there. I checked Lake Shasta. It peaked pretty nicely. I'll show you. We're going to take a look at the Russian River today, and I'll show you how much the rivers did come up in this system. There's 16 inches up in the watershed of Lake Shasta, and let's check out Oroville. Oroville had, Paradise area had 10 to 14 inches of rain, and then Southern California, I think, 4 feet of rain, or 4 inches of rain, sorry, and 8 inches of rain. And then you see the Big Sur area. That's pretty impressive stuff. I hadn't been paying attention to them, and it looks like we got away with it down there. That kind of rain typically in Big Sur will garner you some kind of sliding. I'm sure there was. I just haven't seen anything. This is the Russian River. The forecast is beyond this vertical line. So here we are right now, here. And even though the rain has quit falling, that Russian River drainage basin, one of the biggest drainage basins on the West Coast, I think it's 1,500, it's 1,500 square miles. So even though the rain has stopped for the last day and a half, or day, and it's going to be dry today, it continues to rise because of all the creeks and streams relieving the pressure from the earlier rain. So it's going to peak at a kind of a monitor stage somewhere around tonight and tomorrow morning, and then it drops very quickly. And then you can see the heavier rainfall right here, and that was a couple inches of rain the other day. So, just really manageable rainfall. Really manageable rainfall. And again, that's 8-station index, 6-station index, rainfall percents of average around the state, snowfall, very good, and it's good, because we're going into a really, the models, when I show them to you, you're going to go, wow, really extended dry. Does it mean it happens? No, but it's an indication, and you know that. So jet stream right here, high pressure ridge, trough. Sort of interesting. There's a trough here, and then there's this sort of cutoff. This is the system that went through yesterday, and then something like that. So, hope you had a good weekend. I'm kind of glad the holidays are over, man. Jeez, it's a lot. Just because the food, I just food it up, and then I usually only have a couple beers on like Friday night, Saturday night, like couple, like on 2 a night maybe. And I was getting in the habit, like I was watching a football game the other night, and I'm like, I don't know, I should have a beer, and so you kind of. Now I'm having a beer every 3 nights, and that's, I don't sleep well, and blah, blah, blah. Old guy stuff. I don't know why I told you that. This is the northern part of the state, California. These are some of the watches and warnings. These are Weather Service headlines. And you see a winter storm warning stays in effect. So you're like, what's going on with Oregon? Well, it's what we talked about. There is a bit of an AR coming that way. And, we actually saw it yesterday and the day before. Remember when I said the isobars flatline today? And the models pick it up really well. Models, by the way, are doing a really good job with this. Not everything, but really good job. And then this is storm warning offshore hazardous seas in Northern California and a high surf advisory. So that's Northern California and Oregon. This is Northern California and Oregon. And let's work our way south a little bit. This is Sacramento. And they're basically saying up north we've got a flood advisory up around the Russian River. And you kind of saw why, right? I showed you the peak on the flow tomorrow. It goes to monitor stage, but no big deal. And then this is the high surf advisory. So the model, the Pacific Northwest, you guys are not done. So this is the HRRR short range. I just want to see Seattle, you get rain today. Oregon, Northern Oregon, Russian Mount Hood, or pardon me, I'm thinking of Hood River. And that is this afternoon, you guys. And that's snow advisory. That's a cooler system, so you're going to see lower snow levels. It is a bit of an AR in that the way the jet stream sets up. So that's just north of California, but you see maybe a little tweak right over Crescent City, but we're kind of dry for a bunch of days. This will show it up. This is the model, GFS, 500 millibar. There's our low going down the coast. Remember how it retrograded and stayed offshore? And then see right, this is kind of weird. Let's see if I can pick it up. This right here. See that flat line? This area. So this is this morning, and you can kind of see it kind of flatlining, and there's a lot of disturbance, not a lot of moisture with this, and you'll see that coming up too. But so there it goes, and that's the event right there. That's Wednesday afternoon, Pacific Northwest, and then the ridging. Look at this ridge. Look at that. Holy smokes, right? That shows, that's the second day in a row this is shown. And again, I think you see the ridge. Here's the trough. And this is the ridge. That's pumped up. When they pump up like that, dude, holy smokes. And it's broad. It's not narrow, meaning it's got high amplitude and width. So let's move past that. And then you see nothing. That's January 11th, and then another ridge develops. Doesn't mean this would be our best chance for something around January 11th, but it doesn't look like it. And then, right, now we're into super fan. That's a weird one. See that? That retrograde? This guy here. That's way down there. We're just looking at, this is like Goldilocks stuff. Okay. So then we'll look, there's our moisture around. This is the model that got my attention this morning. Brown is dry, right? So there it is right there. See the straight line? So that's this afternoon. And then little green, but look at the brown creeping in. And look at that dome. That's that ridge, right? Remember the big ridge I drew in? Well, look where the dry is, under the ridge. And look at how prolific it is, not just for us, but out into Oklahoma and into Montana and South Dakota and North Dakota. Look at that. That is prolific for the middle of winter. So I would call that a very extended dry period. Wow, look at that. Fortunately we'll have rain. That's a real fire danger pattern there with those strong offshore winds, but dry. Wow. So what do you do with that? Okay. And then, so this is the rainfall accumulation. So it's time to get stuff done, man. If you're going to lose weight over the New Year's, can you believe all the weight loss ads? I'm just, I forgot. I guess that's how it goes. Everybody parties hard on New Year's and Christmas and the holidays, and then you just go, I'm going to fix this all on January 1st, man. New Year's resolution, I'm going to get better. I'm going to fix it. And so they're hammered. I was watching. I guess I was watching the football game the other day, and I was like, yeah, a lot of weight loss stuff. Okay, so this is but what I'm saying is there's not much rain coming. So we got a dry extended period, and we are in a good run of weather, which is awesome because, again, I showed you the 5-station index, or the 8-station index in Northern California. It's 150% where we should be. For this time of year, that's impressive. even though we're going extended right now. Imagine, okay, hey, let's do this. Imagine if we hadn't had this last event, this scary AR clickbait. I'm kind of being a jerk, but what I mean is, you know how it's like, oh my God, it's attacking us. And it's like, no, that's what happens. And that needs to happen because of what is potentially going to happen next week. It's going to be dry. This is California, everybody. This is California. And I'm so glad you're here. And those of you here kind of get that. I think that's one of the things that's always bothered me about, California's a funny place, man, historically. We're different dudes. Even if you just moved here, you're different, right? And you kind of you got to live with earthquakes and fire and drought and floods and everything. That's the deal. And it's always been that way. And people who come out here from somewhere else for a couple of weeks or for a year or 6 months or transfer jobs, they're kind of like, it's like attack. No, it just happens. Go talk to your neighbor, the old guy up the street. He'll tell you. He'll go, yeah. And this happened in 79. This happened in 85. So that's me just grousing a little bit. Not grousing in a bad way, grousing in a good way, because we're all here. This is Mount Shasta, the hummocks, possibly one of the largest landslides in the world. That's hard to quantify, but this whole area, I'm fascinated by it ever since I figured that out. I read it. I think I Googled it. But this whole area, these hummocks, are from a landslide that came off the northwest flank of Shasta. And it was supposedly not volcanic. I think it was like a couple 100,000 years ago. But isn't that crazy? I know. Years ago, on this same flank, there was a big mudslide. Remember when there was a big snow melt and there was a huge slide, and I think it took out the road that goes over to Klamath Falls. But that was probably, how many years ago was that? 25, 30 years ago. This is Alturas. Beautiful day. No showers, a little bit of fog there. This is Smith River Basin. Crescent City, you guys got about 8-9 inches of rain. The average rainfall around the state, like I said, it depended where you were, but 6 inches to 8 inches. A couple places got a foot. Snow in the mountains up to 4 feet. Doing really well for rainfall, percents of average everywhere around the state. And again, this is, where are we right now? This is Fort Jones. It's a pretty shot, isn't it? No, that's not Fort Jones. That's Owens Valley. Alturas, yes. Fort Jones? Let me go back one, sorry. GS. Yeah, that's Fort Jones. I didn't realize that. That's interesting. That's out by looking towards Happy Camp. Actually, we're looking more towards the north here. That's why you see the snow on the peaks. But what I was getting at in my little, act like you've been here before rant is if you don't have the AR or the atmospheric component, these systems aren't attacking us. These systems are keeping us alive. And if we didn't have that, look at the fog in the valley. So there's the valley fog going down towards Orville. You're looking towards Chico, essentially, from Paradise. If you don't have these kinds of events, you don't have a state of California that produces the agricultural, it doesn't proliferate, you know what I'm saying? You don't have that. So this is what you get. And this is what you get on the back end of it. And you're going to, somewhere in about a week from now, people are going to go, hey, why isn't it raining? Oh my God, somebody will say something that'll be like, oh my God, it's not going to rain. We're going, and you'll start seeing drought indexes and drought monitors. I hate drought indexes and I hate drought monitors because it's dry, and then it'll rain, and then it'll be dry. Sometimes there I go. I'm channeling Orman Granger and Doug Powell from University of California, Berkeley. These are my old professors. Back, they were yelling this 1975. Okay, Walnut Grove. Beautiful day. Let's do some. I'm kind of skipping. This is more of a scenic tour right now. I'm a little tour guide. Walnut Grove, and that's out in the Central Valley. And then I think we got. This is San Francisco, off in the distance. And then you see the valley fog. This is always a winner, right? That's the valley fog trying to push out to the coast. And that's San Francisco off in the background. And you can see right here. Oh, you could see it. I did see the Golden Gate Bridge, the South Tower. I think that's the South Tower right there. Let's go back. You're going, Bill, no, just keep going. There it is. Yeah, that's South Tower, right? Yeah. You barely see it. Okay, so that's San Francisco. San Francisco today is going to go about 60 degrees. This is Dollar Point. Beautiful day. avalanche danger extreme up in the Lake Tahoe. I shouldn't say extreme. It's nasty up in the Lake Tahoe area. And the amount of resources these guys, I've been staying close with Palisades just because they're friends of mine. And the amount of effort they put into avalanche control, and they have to. Think about the liabilities these ski resorts have and the concerns they have and all the moving parts, all the people. And then you got snow, then you got an ice layer, then you got a chairlift that broke down, but now people are hiking over the bowl to get to this bowl. And I mean, that's the reality of it. This is Owens Valley, right? What do you say to that? It's stunning. I just read about Owens Valley. Oh, I was reading about Mulholland and San Jacinto Dam. I didn't realize that happened. There was out in the Santa Clarita River, I believe it is, about kind of on the way out to Ventura, the one that runs out to the river mouth out through by the harbor. He built a dam to grab some water. They were just always trying to garner water. So the aqueduct goes by that area, and he filtered some water into the dam. But the dam feels like it was built hastily, and the dam broke. And the dam was huge. It was a really like 100, 200 foot high dam, and it broke, and this water rushed down this canyon, killed a lot of people. And then rushed out to the ocean. It's really, I remember it, but I've forgotten about it. I was just reading about that last night. This is Owens Valley. And so I said Owens and Mulholland Mulholland and Owens Valley are kind of linked in historically. This is, you know where it is? Watsonville. You didn't, did you? I didn't either. I guess that's Monterey Bay. Look at that. Right? Santa Cruz up here. And then that's beautiful. That's John Steinbeck, East of Eden. My favorite book ever. And especially if you love California. Just read the first chapter. Oh my God. The way he speaks of the valley, because a lot of it occurs out here in the Salinas Valley. John Steinbeck, everybody. And then this is Point Conception. Yeah. That's okay. How much time I got? I got 18 minutes. Yeah, we're good. We're kind of cruising. Just look at live cameras. This is called Danger Mound, Danger Mound, and this is where the Chumash, I believe, used to have Chumash. I think it was a Chumash tribe. It was a sacred spot there. Point Conception, and then this is Bakersfield. Actually, Bakersfield. Let's see if I can make that move. I don't know if I can or not. And it's just a day. It's one of those days. One of the things I was going to say is one of the things that Kevin Starr wrote a book. He was a California historian. He just passed. But he wrote a book, and they talk about, one of the things he does is he points out all the inventions in California. And it just points out how unique this place is. This place is a petri dish for people who are creative, musicians, artists, scientists. It's crazy, and it makes sense. I mean, we're at the right latitude, we're in the right place in the world, but it's an amazing state. I mean, I'm kind of all fired up again today. I guess because the sun's out. This is Pasadena. I believe that's Pasadena. Yeah, that's Pasadena. And then what do we got here? That's Laguna Beach. That's an interesting shot. I ride these trails a lot when I go see friends. This is looking out towards the coast. So it's kind of right straight where this is Laguna Beach. They got some altocumulus clouds out there as that system passes to the south. If you're still here, we did the models, right? But if you're still here, drop me a note in a comment, because I'm interested. I really am. Because I think those pictures, that picture run we just did, that's my favorite part of my day. I get up first thing in the morning and I start looking at pictures and just, visual, I guess. And it tells you everything you need to know, and it inspires and it motivates, and it's just awesome. These are the highs for today. Okay. Upper 50s, some low 60s, Central Valley, Tulare, Fresno, 60 degrees. Temperature's cool. We can see valley fog tomorrow. I think that comes back. These are the highs for tomorrow. And then there's our low. See the low spinning down here? It's just gonna drop out, basically, and go out into the plains or out into the southwest. But we are going to get into that dry pattern that's going to hold on. These brown areas. When I look at this, I go, okay, winter storm, right? Winter storm, lake effect stuff. cold, snow, ice, and then this brown stuff is fog. So in terms of air, Chicago, you could have an issue today, maybe, but the hubs look pretty good. And then this is that AR, 1, if you want to categorize it. And that's going to stay in the Pacific Northwest. So I'll get a couple days of maybe 36 hours more of rain. Earthquakes. Earthquakes. Ooh, just had one. That's new. That's in the last minute or two. Let's see. Sorry. I gotta go. I don't know if I can get that up. Dang it. I'll go Control minus. I don't know if I can do it. Sorry to do this on the fly, you guys. Yeah, I can't. Dang it. That's a pretty recent one. Let's see if I can get that up now. Nope. Okay. Looks small, but it's still recent. This is the surf that comes up on Thursday. And then stays up for a couple of days. Is it huge, giant? No, but it's good size. And then you see some activity out in the Pacific. And then surf line. This is San Francisco's Ocean Beach is small today. Ocean squirrely. Still some tide moving back and forth, but you guys had so much wind out at sea and so much runoff from the valley, right? All that water coming out of off those rivers out through the gate, man. That's pushing some nasty stuff. Like, right, they use, and so I always give it a couple days. This is Halama, and that's that low pressure center that's down there. So that's Halama there, and that's the cloud cover there. That's Halama right there. So that's what we're looking at. So the cloud cover right in there. Let's see if I can find Halama again. Hum. My kids go, "Why are you humming, Dad?" And that's awesome. That's a good shot. That's Halama. And then this is, I believe that's San Onofre. Yeah. San Onofre? Yeah, San Onofre. And that's just fun because they get clean longboard waves. And that's, again, part of that system. You see that looks tropical, doesn't it? For sure it does. That's the way those cumulus clouds are developing. So maybe a few sprinkles down offshore, certainly on the coastal sections. And then we're looking at the nature snacks. This is San Francisco today. And you can see, do you know what mountain that is? I don't know. Some of you aren't from the Bay Area. What mountain is that? The Devil. Not Diablo. Mount Diablo is 3,849 feet. And then, Watsonville. I was going to tell you, Watsonville, because I showed that live picture. Watsonville was John Watson. And he was a hotel, ranch, and trading kind of post guy in 1850. So he got here right after the gold rush. He's a farmer, but he started this, it's kind of a trading post, if you will. And prior to him, before the Spanish came in, the Ohlone tribe, that was survived. We're part of Watsonville. And think about how abundant that food source was there, right? You got the farming stuff, but then you got the fishing and the hunting. It's an awesome place. This is Golden Gate Park. I think McLaren did the park, right? It was cool because he was one of the first guys to take. So the water, to water this park takes a lot of water, and it's not. San Francisco gets some water, but not a lot. But what they put, those big windmills at the end of the park, those windmills pump the water back up to the top of the park, and then the water goes down, and the windmills pump it back up. I should know. I haven't looked into that in a long time, but it's fascinating. It was really a very unique solution back in the day. So that's Marin Headlands, which is beautiful. And this is skiing, because you can. And again, avalanche concern, a deal. And sadly, there was a snowmobiler up by Castle Peaks near Truckee who was taken out and unfortunately passed away yesterday because of avalanche danger. And that continues. It's still a thing. So stay in bounds. And that's the thing with snowmobiles, right? Because they just take off. That's the charm of snowmobiles. I'm just going to go here, right? This is Palisades Tahoe. And here, at least at Palisades Tahoe, I know they've been out all night checking for slips, slides, blasting cornices with this Gas X system. Billy was telling me the other day, he goes, we still have a howitzer. Remember I said they used howitzers? He goes, yeah, we still have a howitzer that we shoot the cornices with. And I'm like, really? This is at Alpine, which I didn't know. And those are World War II guns. They're not live charges, obviously, but still, what? Isn't that impressive? So yeah, people kind of getting back to the skiing. That's Palisades Tahoe. This is Mount Shasta. We're nature snacking hard right now. This is Heavenly Valley. Look at that, beautiful. God, look how fast those. I remember when those gondolas. Remember the old Heavenly Gondola? It'd take you like 20 minutes to get to the top. Well, 15. That gondola right there, that's a 5-minute ride tops. They're high speed. The chairlifts, man, they used to go. They went slow. They went slow. Okay. Wow, what a beautiful day. That's the cool thing about skiing is that right there. That. It's kind of like the cool thing about golfing. I'm not a golfer, but it's beautiful, right? They put them in beautiful places and you're inspired. And skiing too. Skiing's cool, but that's what you go skiing for right there. To get up and then see the sun coming up, to be looking out over Lake Tahoe. That's stunning. I mean, look where you live, man. Jesus. God. I am so inspired. This is Truckee Airport, 21 degrees today. A little bit of wind, or no, that's steam. That's probably from one of the heating units. Truckee Airport looks good. They run that thing, man. They run it really well. This is Mount Rose. I remember when Mount Rose, I don't know if it's going to start. Mount Rose and Slide were two separate mountains. This is the Olympic Valley exit. And they're moving good, and they're piling in there. I don't know if you have to have I know you have to have reservations on the weekends to get into Palisades. Right, because of the traffic, the parking problem. And this is Venice Beach. All right, here's my thing. If you guys are still here, write me a note. Tell me why. Tell me what you liked and what you didn't like. And I hate to do that to you, but since I am making you endure some commercials, which I'm sorry, I feel like that's the least I can do. I know. Thanks for everything. It's awesome. Hope you had a good New Year's. Let's get back to it this month. Let's get back to normal. Get our stuff back on. You got a good week of really good weather to do some stuff. Get out and look at the creeks. How about hiking today? How awesome is that? Marin County. Just listening to the water coming off that mountain. You know, Pacifica, you're walking along the pier there. It's a beautiful day for that. Look where you live. It's awesome. All right. Take care.
Want delicious, easy meals that are good for you? Factor showed me how delicious and easy dinner can be. I've been making dinners for a lifetime. It's so much work. With the kids out of the house, all that effort seemed silly for 2 people. Then
Why are you still suffering to hit your protein goals? Factor makes hitting your protein goals easy and actually delicious. With meals packing up to 50 grams of protein, dinners ready in minutes, chef-crafted dishes loaded with flavor, balanced with crisp veggies and quality protein. No planning, no prep, just pick, eat, and enjoy. Factor handles the hard part. Get 50 grams of protein. Lose the chalky aftertaste. Factor makes hitting your protein goals easy and actually delicious. With meals packing up to 50 grams of protein, dinners ready in minutes, chef-crafted dishes loaded with flavor, balanced with crisp veggies and quality protein. No planning, no prep, just pick, eat, and enjoy. Factor handles the hard part, so you can enjoy dinner and still crush your goals. Sign up now to get 50% off your first box.
You should ask.